Who is this?
Well, welcome to everyone. Welcome.
Okay.
Uh, This is the regular meeting. It's not the regular meeting. It is the closed session meeting for public, to hear public comments before closed session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1, under City Council, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. There's one case. Item C2, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Jerome Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021 Full-Time and Part-Time Unit, IFPTE Local 21 Mid-Level Management and Executive Management Unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under item C3, that's liability claims, claimant Terminal 1 Development LLC, agency against City of Richmond. Item C4 is conference with real property negotiators. Property is located at 1414 Harbor Way South. Agency negotiator is Dave Alshire, City Attorney, and Emily Combs, Finance Director. Negotiating parties, Orton Entertainment LLC. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Under Surplus Property Authority, item C5 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Surplus Property Authority of the City of Richmond versus Riggers Loft Wine Company. We have two requests to address the council. They'll be given 2 minutes each. Cordell Hendler and Sheila Williams. Cordell Hendler, please.
Yes, this mic. So, welcome back, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Hendler, and I'm a very angry Richmond resident. So, the unions. I brought it up last time, and I will repeat it again. They got families they got to buy presents for, and I will hopefully that in good faith that this council, when you go back in there, is to think about all the hard work that these groups have done. They deserve a raise too, because every city in the Bay Area pays their employees more, and I'm hoping that Richmond can do the same. One. Number two is Riggers Law. Every time I keep hearing about this, it's like I thought for sure that the city would come to a conclusion. Because if you remember back in the spring, Kevin Brown, he had offered to sit down with you all to repay back the money that they owed the city. And now I come to find out it's like unbelievable. And I said, I thought for sure the city would bring in so much livelihood to the business community. And now I'm like, I was wrong, but you may want you're the detainer, but to me, the community at large are not happy about this. So now, Riggers has done a lot for Richmond, and now it's gone. So now, I'm hoping that things will turn around quickly, which I doubt it. Think about what Riggers has done for this community. They had a number of events here, so I won't go into too much detail, but you get the visualization. So with that, I'll give my time to someone else.
Sheila Williams.
Good evening. Welcome back, Mayor, City Council. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. And when we first started, whatever we started, I read Jeremiah 29:7. I just want to end with this. Also seek the peace and prosperity of the city to which I have carried you. Pray to the Lord for it, because if it prospers, you too will prosper. And I just wanted to say that a thriving city, it benefits its residents. So thank you once again.
Okay, that was our last in-person speaker.
All right, public comment is closed, and it is now time to retire to closed session.
Okay, thank you.
It is now time to start the regular session of the Richmond City Council meeting. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
I'm here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson.
I'm here, and I do need to make sure everyone knows that I do have to leave early tonight. I have to leave at 7:45 to catch a flight, so.
Okay. Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sabata,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
I do have a conflict of interest, again, around the TCC grant. It's item number N2A. So like before, this is an item that has to do with the TCC grant that I helped to secure before I became a council person. It's a $30 million grant that we helped to bring to the city with a number of different organizations, including my organization, the organization of my partner. We have projects in this grant, so I will be recusing myself from the discussion, from any voting, and any involvement with that item. Thank you.
Any more? No?
None other?
Okay, our next item is agenda review, and I have a list of items. The following items were removed from consent calendar by Claudia Citron. She's a citizen here in the city of Richmond. Item N1A, that's the Growth Management Program Compliance Checklist for calendar year 2022-23. Item N3A under Finance is the annual cost of living increase for recipients of the General Pension Fund in 2026. Item N3B, Investment and Cash Balance Report, Monthly Overtime Reports, Documentary Transfer Tax Report, and other post-employment benefits and pension reports for the month of September 2025. Item N5A under Human Resources, Contract Amendments with 10 positions and Apple One for temporary employment staffing agencies. Item N7A under Public Works, accept sub-regional transportation mitigation program funds for Downtown Point Richmond Bicycle and Pedestrian Connectivity Project. And N7B, contract with WR Ford Construction, Inc., and the Richmond Parkway Guardrail Replacement Project completion. Item N6B was removed by Sarah Cantor. She is a resident of Richmond, and that is the purchase order for Encryptic Radios and Motorola Solutions. And item N6F was removed by Councilmember Bonner. That's the service agreement amendment with Contra Costa County Animal Services Department. Item N6A will be continued to the November 18th, meeting, and that was removed by staff. And that's all that I have.
Are you sure there's not another one?
Let me check. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. Well then, yes.
Clarification or point of order. So for the items that were removed from consent calendar, that the individuals either talk to the staff members by phone or do a back and forth email? Do we have confirmation of either?
Yes.
Yeah, that's on the council rules.
Yes, they did back and forth. There were no questions, but they still want to remove the items.
So there was back and forth emails
Yes,
on all of the items?
yes.
Yes.
That's my understanding.
Okay, because I heard something different, so I just wanted to confirm. All right, thank you.
I would like to clarify on N6A, we will be adopting and adding to it, excuse me, I want to clarify that for N6A, we will add another policy to this item in track change for the council's consideration so that it will not be the exact same item next time. So just want to note that for the administrative record.
Thank you. All right, then that's agenda review. We can move on to the next item.
Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. There were no final decisions made of any of the items in closed session this evening. I will note for the record that C1 was not discussed and C3 was not discussed. The remaining items listed were discussed, but no final action was taken. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is a report from the city manager, and under the city manager's report, we'll hear a new employee report.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council. Shasa Curl, Richmond City Manager. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? And Supervisor Joya, if you could come please join us here. Here, please. And so just real briefly, I wanted to just make a brief announcement before we turn it over to Supervisor Joya. KCRT, please go to slide 3. I just want, we've received some inquiries. Unfortunately, there is a fire taking place now in our community at the former International Hotel. That's located at 396 South Street. There are approximately 5 engines, and El Cerrito is also assisting the Richmond Fire Department. Public Works personnel have been called out because we are to assist with some heavy equipment. And so I just wanted the community to be aware that there is this emergency situation is in progress, and our fire chief, Chief Osario, is doing a very good job of keeping us informed of what is transpiring at the scene. But in the event that I step away, please be aware that is what is taking place, and everyone is doing their best to protect the residents that are adjacent to the site. And we will send out an email update tomorrow. And with that, again, that's at the former International Hotel at 396 South Street. Slide 3, please, KCRT. I would like to thank Supervisor Joya for agreeing to join us this evening to provide an update on CalFresh. Thank you, Supervisor Joya.
Thank you, City Manager and Mayor, Council members. I know you're all very interested in this topic because thousands of Richmond residents are CalFresh recipients, which is the federal SNAP program. And we took an action at today's board meeting that I'll inform you about, and we would, of course, appreciate your help in helping publicize this. So, as you all know, the federal government shutdown had led to the discontinuation of really important supplemental nutrition assistance program by the federal government. Counties in California implement that. We get the money from the federal government, and we really distribute this federal money through the EBT cards to residents. There is $21 million in benefits paid to 107,000 county residents every month. 107,000 county residents, 65,000 families, large number of those in Richmond. The total benefits are $21 million. So as of November 1, Saturday, people did not receive benefits. We've been in the works. Our social service department had been working last week on a replacement program using our reserves. We have about $500 million of reserves. So today we declared a local emergency, and on a 4/5 vote, allocated $21 million to cover 1 month of benefits. Now, the federal government steps up and provides some benefits this month. We won't need all that $21 million, but you may know that a couple of federal judges ruled that the federal government needs to use contingency money to pay this benefit. There's not enough contingency money to pay all the benefits for a month. U.S. Department of Agriculture yesterday said, okay, we'll start to do this. And then President Trump today posted on social media that he did not want to pay the money. And then there was a subsequent announcement from the White House that, oh, yes, maybe we will. So the bottom line is we can't count on the federal government, right? And even if they started taking actions to do this, it's going to take several weeks because of the process to free up the money and load up the cards. So the bottom line is our program, they're developing the grocery debit cards. San Francisco's doing something similar. I think we're the only two counties so far that are doing it this way. Yes, we support food banks, but let me just say, people's dignity is served when you put the money in their pocket so they don't have to go to a food bank themselves. They should be able to shop wherever they normally shop, the local neighborhood market, whether it's Safeway or Foods Co. or a local market on 23rd Street. They can go take this grocery debit card and buy their groceries. There are 700 retailers in this county that serve CalFresh families, and obviously lots in Richmond. So this also helps provide economic support to those businesses that are selling groceries to these individuals. The hope is, it takes a while, now that the allocation has occurred, that on Monday, the cards will start to be distributed at our social service offices, and the one here in Richmond is 1305 McDonald Avenue. We have material we'll get to you to help publicize. We will be contacting people as well. So, I think it's worth all of us as a full court press letting people know about this so that they will go to 1305 McDonald and pick up their card. I think the plan is we may load the card for 1 or 2 weeks, and if the federal government starts providing benefits, then we may not need to reload their cards because we can do it remotely. If they don't, then we'll load the cards up for the rest of the month. If this goes beyond 1 month, we'll see what to do, right? I mean, this is unsustainable. We can't keep covering this. We don't believe we're going to get reimbursed, although Congressman DeSaulnier came to our meeting today and said he would advocate for counties to get reimbursed. We don't know if that's possible, but and in Contra Costa, 55% of CalFresh enrollees are children and seniors, right? Our most vulnerable population. 1 in 8 Americans is on this program. It affects people, whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, whether you're urban, suburban, or rural. So, it's really shameful that this has happened, that the federal government is, not continuing these benefits to people. The benefits differ based upon family size. So the goal is starting Monday, cards will be out. Now, this week, we have also had food boxes at our social service centers. Obviously, food banks and there are food distribution outlets, nonprofits who get food from the food bank. The boxes we had at our social service office on McDonald pretty much were gone by mid-afternoon, no surprise. So I think we all want to work with food banks as well. That's a good thing. But people will start getting their cards on Monday. So I wanted you to know, get your help. I know you're all interested in this. You all want to make sure residents continue to get their benefit. So that's the best that we're able to do. And I think, again, I think it's preferable than, I think Alameda provided some funding to food banks. Food banks have been stepping up. I've talked to some supervisors there about what we're doing. I think they may consider it in Alameda County as well.
Thank you.
Good. So we'll get you material that you could use to help publicize for residents, and we're obviously doing it this way, but we'll get material so that people will start picking it up.
And you'll send that out by email?
Yeah, we'll
Okay,
do it all
fantastic.
methods we can. Yes,
All right.
Mayor.
Much appreciated. Yes, go ahead.
Can you clarify what time on Monday people can pick up cards?
We are going to be, I think the hours were 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then the time for Saturday hasn't yet been set. So I've really encouraged social services to work on Saturday hours, and they'll be posting those. But it's 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. At 1305 McDonald Avenue. And we'll put this out in information for you to all put out in your networks as well. So I think it's in your district, Councilmember Brown, isn't it? 1305 McDonald, yeah. So, so it'll be publicized. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate all of your efforts. You all, have advocated on things like this before, and so it's unfortunate that we're in this circumstance, and let's hope that this gets resolved this month.
Thanks again.
Thank you, Supervisor Joya. We appreciate your leadership. Slide 2, we have information about the food bank. On slide, I apologize, slide 4. Each month, the Food Bank of Contra Costa and Solano County help feed over 270,000 people through community food programs with approximately 260 nonprofits. Food is distributed directly to neighborhoods, not from the food bank itself, so every dollar makes a difference. In fact, every $1 that's donated provides 2 meals, according to the data they've provided. If people are interested in donating, volunteering, or spreading the word, they can do so. The information is available on our city website, as well as directly at www.foodbankccs.org. And you can scan the QR code there to get more involved. We've been in active communication with the food bank, and then we also have a distribution center here on site that occurs in the parking lot. And so we'll continue to keep the council apprised of the work that's in progress. Next slide. We've also been partnering with Joybound to provide being cognizant of everything that's happening. A lot of people in our community have pets, and we think that's really important for their health and emotional well-being. But in times like these, when things are very difficult, it's important for us to identify resources for our community. And so people in the city of Richmond, please come out to get free microchips and vaccines for your pets. You're able to do so here at 325 Civic Center Plaza on Saturday, November 8th at 9 a.m. And this is in partnership with Joybound as well as Animal Services. And so there's an item on this evening regarding Animal Services. This is an example of the collaboration that's in progress here in the city of Richmond. Next slide. Yes to Nature is hosting the Richmond Kickback on Saturday, November 8th from 1 to 4 p.m. at the Richmond Recreation Complex, which is at 3230 McDonald Avenue. For those people who are not familiar with Yes, they provide and support the promotion of mental health, healing, and healthy lifestyles to Richmond residents, especially young adults, to keep them connected and build resilience as well as access to mental health and wellness resources. Next slide. I'd like to thank the East Bay Center for Performing Arts. They hosted this last Saturday their annual gala, and this was their 15th annual gala. On last Saturday, they raised over $350,000 to contribute to its $5 million annual budget. They provide classes to thousands of young people in our community every year. And in the photos, you'll see many of our Richmond youth and people active in our community, such as Supervisor Joya. And just want to thank Ruthie and the entire East Bay Center for Performing Arts team for their continued leadership in our community and partnership in continuing to revitalize downtown. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. I'm pleased to present our new employees and promotions for October. KCRT, can you please bring up the slide? Thank you. Next slide. Jordan Draper, Police Officer. Jacob Galvan, Police Officer. Jeffrey Shoji, Administrative Analyst, Employment and Training. Joseph Hackett, Building Inspector, Community Development. Natalie Torrado Garcia, Communications Dispatcher 1. Patsy Hernandez, Communications Dispatcher 2. Jaden Baptiste, Police Officer Trainee. Bradley Phelps, Recreation Program Leader. Antonio Jimenez, Maintenance Aide 2. Daniel Raya Rodriguez, Maintenance Aide 2. Diana Mendez, Administrative Student Intern. Marcellus Griffin, Maintenance Aide 2. Asiel Martinez, Police Cadet. And we have a few promotions last month. Congratulations to Edward Arginal, Rent Program Services Analyst 2, Rent Program. Ramona Howell, Administrative Services Coordinator in the Rent Program. Tamara Caldera, Librarian 2, Community Services Library. And Daniel Gottimer, Librarian 2, Community Services Library. Thank you. Congratulations to our promotions and welcome to our new employees.
Thank you, Sharon.
Yeah, and I really want to commend staff on hiring. We have a lot of vacancies that need to be filled, and I'm glad to see that we're doing our best to get them filled. So thank you. Next item.
Our next item is open forum. An open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Let's see, tonight we have 8 items that were removed from the consent calendar for discussion, and you will need to wait for those items to be called at the end of the agenda before you can comment on those items. During open forum, dialogue between the council and the speakers prohibited. Tonight we have 12 speakers in person. Anyone joining us online that wishes to address the council, please raise your hand at this time. We'll start with the in-person speakers, and then we'll move to the online speakers. When your name is called, please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium. And then when your name is called, please address the council, state your name, and your city of residence is optional. Please terminate your address to the council when your time expires. Each speaker shall be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. The City of Richmond welcomes your comments and requests that you present your remarks in a respectful and appropriate manner within the established 2-minute time limit. And just as a reminder, the items that were removed from consent and individuals who would like to comment on these items, please fill out a speaker's card to speak on these items. Item N1A is the Growth Management Program Compliance Checklist for calendar year 2023, 2022-2023. N3A, annual cost of living increase for recipients of the General Pension Fund 2026. N3B, investment in cash balance monthly overtime and documentary transfer tax reports and other post-employment benefits and pension report for the month of September 2025. N5A, contract amendments with temp positions and Apple One for temporary employment staffing agencies. N6B, purchase order for encrypted radios from Motorola Solutions. N6F, service agreement amendment with CCC, Contra Costa County Animal Services Department. N7A, accept sub-regional transportation mitigation program funds for Downtown Point Richmond Bicycle and Pedestrian Connectivity Project. And N7B, contract with WR4 Construction, Inc. and the Richmond Parkway Guardrail Replacement Project completion. Item N6A has been continued to the November 18th agenda. First group of, our group of speakers, in-person speakers, are Cordell Hindler, Kathleen Tarr, Rafael Cartagena, Claudia Citronin, Don Gosney, Deborah Garcia, Orlando Mendoza, Anna Mendoza, Courtney Cummings, Mark Wasberg, Veronica Ramos, and Sohila Bana, sorry. Cordell?
So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Henlon. I am a very upset resident. Let me see, what get me angry today? So, if you remember what I said earlier about Riggers Loft, it's a jewel in our city. People would come all the way as far away from Sacramento to come to Riggers for a glass of wine and to enjoy the scenery. But what happens? It's gone. And now, where are people gonna go? Hotel Mac, maybe? Who knows? That's one issue. Then the other issue I brought forward is, if you recall a few months ago, I had submitted an article from the Richmond Standard in regarding a Salesian College preparatory. They have done a great job. When they did their service day back in the spring, it was remarkable. So I'm asking that they should be publicly be acknowledged. So I'm asking to be placed on next month's agenda because they deserve a lot. You don't hear nothing good from our high school, so I am asking that it can be placed on next month's agenda. And then the third thing is regarding the vacancy rates. I've not seen no data showing which departments are in need of positions, because if you recall a few months ago when we had HR presented to us about the vacancy rates, I'm like, every city has gotten hit with this. And so I'm thinking it's like, maybe Richmond needs to step forward because, once again, I'm all about trying to bring in more positions to Richmond. And once again, it has been my dream to making sure that these positions are going to be dealt with. So, you're not going to get rid of me. Oh, no. I'm going to be back up here every month until I see some progress made. That's all I have to say.
Kathleen Tarr. Is she coming? Okay. Raphael Cartagena.
Good evening, everybody. It's been a long time that I've been in this kind of meeting, and I just came to say thank you so much for the job they do in the police enforcement on cleaning 23rd by doing tickets, because they used to have a lot of cars abandoned in front of my business. I'm the owner of USA Carpet. I've been there for 26 years. And for whatever reason, 2 years from now, our city is getting better. So some people may see a different point, but as a businessman, I see a lot of changes. And today we have a meeting with the police department, and we told them the same thing. We want to work and cooperate to have a better service. And I'm really happy about what city council is doing. And this will only just happen, like I said, like in 2 years. And so my happiness is that I've been working with the city of Richmond. I've been working with the school district. We've done a lot of schools, a lot of churches. And right now, very, very lucky I never been in court for any suit, for any client. And people go, how can you do business in Richmond with no complaints? If you do the right thing, there will be no complaints. So I also want to be part of the group of the merchant association, but there are two kinds of associations right now. I want to be the one to do the right things. So I came in today. I promised to a person that is here today that I was going to be here. And the people that invite me to the group, they're not here. So, but I want to continue coming to let you know that whatever the job you guys doing is so great. And the other thing, I want to see if we can help to provide the money or help them out for the M6B to help the police department to really get the radio that they need to help to.
You can't speak to any, that's not been pulled. Oh,
M6B.
okay. So
M6B
it
is
was pulled. You'll have to come back when that item comes on. It's been
Sign
pulled.
up for it.
So it doesn't matter.
So sign up for that item. You wanna
Yeah,
talk
so-
about
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Claudia Citroen.
So council has a legal and moral duty to prioritize public safety, yet you continue to demonstrate inability to do so. Residents live with rising violence, open drug markets, prostitution corridors, reckless driving, rampant vehicle thefts, and neighborhoods where families sell their houses and don't feel safe to walk and raise their children. Instead of strengthening public safety systems, you repeatedly delay, prioritize, or derail discussions regarding public safety, emergency response, and community protections. Critical items are pushed off agendas, oversight lacks, you don't govern which is your core duty. I speak for many residents who want you to support to ensure that our first responders, all of them, have the resources necessary to protect its residents and to maintain lawful oversight, which you hire them for. We have weakened public trust, and the city is struggling to enforce basic quality of life standards. I know it. I have 600 cars per hour every night. Public safety is not negotiable. You prioritize political theater. You invite UC Berkeley students to do their class assignments in public speaking. You are, as a city, responsible to maintain public safety. We expect that and we demand that. On a short note, I volunteer at the food bank. We had today 213 people. Many of them are immigrant families. They had no money, no food. They were like, either we pay rent, utility bill, school material, or what. We had to cut off because we simply couldn't deal with more people. I spoke with John Joyer just now. I know you want minorities and the Black community supported. We are mainly Black people
Your
and
time has
mainly
expired.
Latinos. Come visit us.
Your
Come
time has
on
expired,
Wednesday
ma'am.
and Tuesday and Thursday and look at it.
Next speaker is Don Gosney, followed by Deborah Garcia.
Sorry. Good evening. Maybe you can all recall a couple of weeks back when I came before you sharing my concerns about how the council is taken to putting just about everything on the consent calendar, where it is extremely difficult for the public to pull it off so they can share their thoughts on it. In the past couple of meetings, we've had only 1 or 2 items on the actual agenda that were not on the consent calendar. I want to share something from the clerk's agenda. Quote, all items placed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and non-controversial, unquote. I mention this because in the past couple of weeks, we've had 3 such items that were so uncontroversial that we only spent a bit more than 3.5 hours discussing them. We had one of the items where it was so non-controversial that I thought Trump was going to send in the National Guard to guarantee our safety here. My point here is that whether you like me or not, sometimes I say things you really ought to listen to. When things are hidden on the consent calendar, the public that pays attention sees that the elected representatives of the people and city staff are trying to hide things from them, or maybe they're just trying to get away with things. This demonstrates a serious lack of transparency, and that should scare the bejesus out of the public. Maybe you can forget about how much you despise me and what I stand for, and consider that there may be some merit to what I'm telling you. On another note, if I'm not mistaken, your policy on public recognition and proclamations is that you're supposed to be only 5 minutes. So when there are significantly longer than that, and when the council brings up each member of in a group for personal recognition, so it's lasting 12, 13, 14 minutes, what the people clearly sees is this is the council using their public position and these public meetings to campaign so they can stay in office. No matter what you may think of them, the public isn't nearly as naive and stupid as you might view them. They can clearly see campaigning when they see it. And believe it or not, when we see it, this many of us think how that orange-haired guy in the White House abuses his position in the exact same way. Is that the guy you really want to emulate? Thank you.
Deborah Garcia.
My address is 2929 Howard Street. We've been dealing with the homeless behind our house for several years. Nothing has been done. It stinks back there. They have garbage everywhere. And now you're giving them place, you bring in a cart in so they could take a shower? No, that's not fair to us, okay? My grandkids cannot even go in the backyard because they're back there. They yell, they scream, they use bad language, and they're burning stuff back there, okay? If my house catches on fire, that's why I'm here, okay? It's cold now, okay? And they're very close to my home, okay? We call the police half of the time don't even go out there, okay? I've been talking to Vice Mayor. He has not gotten back to me, and I'm tired of waiting, okay? So something needs to be done right away, okay? He just says, okay, I'm looking into it, never calls back until I text him again, okay? And then the next person, oh, this person's gonna take over. That person never calls, never gets back to me. We are tired living this way, okay? That's not fair to us, okay? We pay taxes. They don't pay anything, okay? If I were to throw something over the fence, you come back to me and say, you go back there and clean it up, or you're gonna put a lien on my home, okay? So I think you need to do something right away on it.
Orlando Mendoza.
Hello, everyone. Just wanting to add to the same issue here. It's been definitely a struggle trying to get everybody involved. So I think if we don't see any change, we're going to start dealing with other agencies because there's a creek back there. It's the East Bay Regional Park. Also, it's the Wildcat Creek Canyon. So there's many restrictions in that area. So if you guys want to get other agencies involved, we're going to get them involved, or news reporters, or anything. Thank you.
Anna Mendoza.
I'm a frustrated resident that lives at 2929 Howard Street. For the past 2 years, we have been living with homeless behind our home. It started with just a few, that with a female that would yell sometimes day and night. Now they have a whole community that with constant banging of hammers, generators going, loud music, them arguing, calling the police does nothing. It takes them hours to come out if they do come out. Like the officer says, it's not their priority. Not that long ago, we found one living in our shed. The cop found drug pipes, and he was using the restroom in there. So you can just imagine how it smelled. After that, my kids are terrified to go in their own backyard. How is that fair to me, my family, and my children? My son loves to play baseball, but he will not go in his backyard to do so. I would like to know what each and every one of you would do in my situation, because there's nothing I can do. I can't even sell my house, because who would want to buy a house with a bunch of homeless people living back there? We have rodents coming in our backyard. It smells. We can't even have parties or anything because they're back there constantly making loud music. It's just very, very frustrating that it's been 2 years. It's not even getting a little better, but getting worse.
Courtney Cummings. She'll be followed by Mark Wassberg.
2 years. They want them back.
Okay. Greetings, City Council and Honorable Mayor. Hi, folks. Good to see you all. It's been a long time. I'm here to promote the Richmond Native American Annual Powwow, and I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart and my ancestors. I appreciate our city for involving the Native American community and not forgetting us. You know, a lot of us have come here and have been overlooked, forgotten, stereotyped, and we have not been identified or even seen as human beings. But this city of Richmond has given us our dignity, has made our people once again to be proud of our culture. You're helping our young people stay on the right track by practicing their culture in a public setting. So I'm very proud to be a resident of the city of Richmond. It's our 15th anniversary. It's a free event. It'll be held at the Richmond Convention Center, so please come on down. Bring your family. Take a break from life. It can be super stressful. So come get some good medicine and let us heal each other as community people. We can do this together. Thank you.
Mark Wassberg, followed by Sohila Bada.
If you want to reopen the federal government, just go ahead and get rid of the Democratic Party, because these are the ones that's causing all the problems. Yeah, this is my food stamps right here, and I'm waiting till the 8th. If not, I got to go down to in McDonald Avenue on Monday. The city of Richmond got $6 million about a year and a half ago, $500 million from Chevron. They gave themselves an 80% raise and gave the workers only 2%. The city's workers are getting screwed. This is why I brought this Vaseline. They're getting screwed from the city, and they're getting screwed from their lawyer reps. The city spent $5 million on stupid, on these nonprofit that's not going to do any good for the city at all. This is how stupid the whole thing's getting to be. It's all about the RPA. They're laundering money through the nonprofits. You got 3 members on this city council who's involved in nonprofits. The city money's going to the nonprofits. The nonprofits turn around and give kickbacks to the city council, to the RPA. Now, you people got to be really stupid to sit there and support these people. You need to know what's going on with the money.
Like I say, they're spending on all this green crap. They think they're going to make Richmond green by bringing in all these businesses. Even this neo-Nazi bitch, McLaughlin, goes, well, we're going to give Chevron 3 years, and after that, we're going to close them down because we got our $500 million. This is what I'm trying to tell you people. Right now, we got a chance to put a major dent in the RPA next year. So you need to start voting these people out. Because you keep on putting these people into office, and you keep getting the same stuff over and over and over for the last 20 years.
You are not
They've
supposed
been
to
dictating the city.
campaign
This is why
during
you need to vote
open
him out
session.
and Robinson.
So,
You know who to vote for next
you.
year.
Sohi Labana.
Thank you. I would like to inform you, the City Council and residents of Richmond who are watching this program about a wonderful program that Contra Costa College has started. They have a closet for students. So if you have gently worn clothes, please take it to the Student Administration Building. They're open Mondays 8 to 5 and Fridays 9 to 1. And by the way, Mr. Gosney, the people who were honored here for keeping El Sobrante clean and beautiful were mostly from unincorporated El Sobrante. They cannot vote in the city of Richmond. Thank you.
Our last in-person speakers, Veronica Ramos.
Hello, my name is Veronica Ramos. I am here in support of rescues like Jelly's Place, here to request that they receive funds that are allocated normally to Animal Control Martinez. It has
Excuse
been
me?
my experience that many
I'm sorry,
people...
you're speaking to an item, was that?
Which one is it?
It's going to be discussed.
I
pulled it.
Yes, so she can't speak to it now. So you'll have to wait until we speak to it at the end of the
Okay,
session.
that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 5 speakers.
And those speakers are Arto Rentila, followed by Kathleen T., Benjamin Terrio, Sarah C., and Kevin. Arto, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Arto Rentila. I'm calling from the Fairmead Hilltop area. I am the chair of the RNCC, the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council, and I wanted to invite you and anyone that can hear my voice to our last and final RNCC meeting Monday, November 7th. That's next Monday. Our special guest speaker will be Contra Costa County District Attorney Diana Beckton. And we hope to see all of you there. And if you have a question for her or comment, please come and share that. And thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathleen T. Kathleen, please unmute yourself, state your last name for the record, and you may begin.
Thank you. I'm a 15-year Richmond resident, Harvard Law grad, member of the State Bar of California, and certified human rights consultant. Outside of my service as a juror in Contra Costa County Superior Court Martinez, I've encountered 4 Richmond branch judges, I should say 3 judges and 1 commissioner, whose conduct concerns me deeply. I do not believe that Richmond residents have equal access to justice at the Superior Court within city limits. A former county resident told me bluntly of one particular judge, he hates Black and brown people. She was not there as a party to any matter, just observing him for hours. Of that judicial officer and the 3 others I observed, it seemed clear to me that they do not fully respect the rule of law and are little concerned with eliminating their biases and prejudices. They seem to instead decide how they want a case to turn out based on their gut and rule from there. One refused to apply a damage multiplier required by statute. Another fabricated science and testimony. One asserted facts unsupported by any evidence, seemed to act as representative for one party against the other, made up law, and was one of 2 Richmond branch judges to audibly demonstrate contempt for matters before them. All of this egregious conduct, I have to admit, favored white, sometimes non-Richmond business representatives. This latter judicial officer, I think, is irredeemable and should be recalled, but the others, I believe, can be rehabilitated. Perhaps removing the most toxic among them will itself improve the environment, but I think other interventions are required. And beyond reaching out to the county's presiding judges, which I've already done, including expressing my interest in serving on the Superior Court's Committee on Bias with no response. The utmost respect for rule of law is core to our success as a democracy and is essential of our judicial officers. And so I ask you today on this election day, I ask that this council take action to help ensure Black and Brown and all Richmond residents are treated fairly at the city's branch of Contra Costa County Superior Court. Whether that means engaging court watchers or other methods, I hope you will add this item to the council's agenda and take it seriously. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Benjamin Terrio. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. Ben Terrio, president of the Richmond Police Officers Association. I want to give a shout out to the powwow and Courtney Cummings. It's always a good event. I hope that event gets uplifted and well attended. I want us to talk about the economic development in the city of Richmond. And drive around. It's been talked about for years, but where is the economic development? Where is the the tilling of the soil, so to speak, on that? In our previous union meetings that we've had with the city manager, we have not had, really anything of note to update on major developments around the city. And again, that helps. That type of development helps the city. Obviously, smart development, not just any development. But there really isn't anything going on, and I think that's concerning and needs to be focused on for the future for the economic vitality of the city. And then I'll talk about hiring too, just to switch gears. It's nice that to give the platitudes about hiring, but we are not hiring where we need to be. It's not happening. And needs to be some emphasis placed on that. Obviously, from our perspective, for the police officers, we need to hire more police officers. You have people complaining about folks and the response time and the amount of resources that can be provided by the police department. It's just not there, and we need to have something done about it. It needs to be taken seriously. If I got to come back in here with a bunch of cops and the cameras and the whole 9 yards, I guess that's what we can do. Maybe we can pick it around the city. I don't know. I mean, I don't understand how hard it is to set some priorities around here, unless it's just people's ideology getting in the way. But we really need some focus on hiring for all citywide positions, but specifically big time in the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Cantor. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Sarah Cantor. I'm a Richmond resident. I just wanted to, I had two things to say. One is I wanted to address John Joya and just say thank you to you and the County of Contra Costa. Thank you so much for coming through and making sure that residents of the county will be fed this month. That is absolutely what government should be doing, providing for the people, making sure that everybody has their needs met. And I feel so grateful and honored to be in a community, in a county that really prioritizes that. And then I also wanted to speak to the notion of items on the consent calendar being difficult to remove. As someone who often removes items from the consent calendar, it's an incredibly easy process for anyone who sees something on the consent calendar and is concerned about an item. You can send an email to the city clerk and to the sponsor of that item. The sponsor will reach out to you. If they don't reach out to you, if you aren't able to get in touch with them, the item will still be pulled. And in comparison to other jurisdictions, I think that this is one of the things that makes Richmond great, that we have such a simple, streamlined path for public participation in the the process of government. Cities like Berkeley and Oakland require a vote of the entire body in order to move an item from consent calendar to the main agenda. And I just really appreciate being a resident of Richmond and a resident of Contra Costa County. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker will be Kevin. Kevin, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you, Kevin Tisdale, President of NCIU. Want to make a few comments. First on the HR's report. Appreciate Sharon providing that. I think the report should tell a full story, not just on the hiring that's been done. We appreciate that and the promotions, but also the separations, where we're at in the numbers, so we can actually see kind of the progress we've made in totality. And then want to make some comments on speaker earlier. You know, speaking for the employees, we appreciate what the council is doing, has done. They're working day and night, you know, not only for the employees, but for the city. And so just want to say thank you for all the work you do, because a lot of it goes unseen and unheard. So thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Mayor, if I may, there were a number of public speakers that were inquiring about a specific address that requires collaboration with the city of San Pablo. So if we can just have a moment, we'd like to give the council an update, because there's been a great deal of inquiry. The specific address was 2929 Howard Street. I'd just like to note that we received an inquiry on Sunday, November 2nd via email, and staff responded on Monday, November 3rd. I would like to thank all the council members. Many of you received this correspondence, and in particular, Vice Mayor followed up with staff. I have been in contact with the city manager of San Pablo, because this jurisdiction, there's some jurisdictional property line issues, and I've designated Ms. Velasco, the Director of Community Development, to serve as the city's lead, given the complexity of the site, and she has a few comments she'd like to add, but I would like to note that we are taking this matter very seriously and that work is in progress.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, council members. The encampment that was referenced is located on private property. Therefore, the city is having to go through a process of notifying the property owners. It's two separate property owners, giving an opportunity to correct the violation. Thus far, we have not gotten compliance, so we've been issuing citations, and we are now at the point that we are going to have to seek an abatement warrant from the courts in order to obtain access to the property. So that's part of the challenge. It's not on public property, so we can't just do our standard offering shelter 72-hour notice and then do abatement. Because it is private property, we have to seek an abatement warrant through the court. So we are in the process of doing that. We anticipate it could take up to 3 weeks, but we're accelerating as quickly as possible to address the issue. And we are continuing to offer housing options or shelter. Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it, okay.
Okay, our next item is approval of the consent calendar. And just let me remind you, item N1A, Growth Management Program Compliance Checklist for the calendar year 22-23. N3A, Annual Cost of Living Increase for recipients of the General Pension Fund 2026. N3B, Investment in Cash Balance, Monthly Overtime and Documentary Transfer Tax Reports and Other Post-Employment Benefits and Pension Reports for the month of September 2025. N5A, Contract Amendments with Temp Positions and Apple One for Temporary Employment Staffing Agency Services. N7A, Accept Sub-Regional Transportation Mitigation Program Funds for Downtown Point Richmond Bicycle and Pedestrian Connectivity Project. N7B, Contract with WR4 Construction, Inc. and the Richmond Parkway Guardrail Replacement Project completion. N6B, Purchase Order for Encrypted Radios for Motorola Solutions. N6F, Service Agreement Amendment with Contra Costa County Animal Services Department. And N6A, Officer Involved Shooting Policies continue to 11/18. So they will not be included in this vote.
All right, do we have a motion?
I move.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Bana. Do we have a second?
I second.
Second by Councilmember Brown.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes, of course, except for into A, which I'm recusing myself on.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Okay. Our next item, item O1 under new business. Okay. And that item is to receive a presentation of the various oversight options for a tenant buyout agreement regulations, including the rent board's recommended option 3, high level of oversight, and direct the city attorney's office to work with the rent program to draft a tenant buyout agreement ordinance incorporating the high level oversight features contained in policy option 3. If there's any speakers joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
If KCRT can put the PowerPoint on, that'd be great. Thank you. Well, good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. Nicholas Traylor, Executive Director of the Richmond Rent Program. Tonight, I'll be walking you through the Rent Board's recommendation to establish tenant buyout agreement regulations in Richmond. We'll look at what buyouts are, why they matter, and the policy options considered, and why the board is recommending the highest level of oversight for council consideration and direction. Next slide, please. The goal of this presentation is to explain what buyouts are, outline the different levels of regulatory oversight we've considered, and ask for your guidance so we can move forward with drafting an ordinance that protects both tenants and landlords while aligning with best practices across the Bay Area. Next slide, please. So in simple terms, a buyout is when a landlord offers a tenant money to move voluntarily. Landlords often do this to avoid a lengthy or complicated eviction process, to prepare the property for sale, or to raise rents when a long-term tenant leaves. While buyouts can sometimes be mutually beneficial, they can also create opportunities for pressure or misinformation if not carefully regulated. Next slide, please. Without oversight, tenants, especially seniors, immigrants, or low-income families may feel pressure to take a deal without fully understanding their rights or the long-term consequences. This can lead to unnecessary displacement and loss of affordable housing stock. Regulation will help ensure that these agreements are voluntary, fair, and transparent. Next slide, please. The reasoning behind regulating buyouts is straightforward. We want to prevent coercion, make sure tenants understand their rights, and protect the city's supply of affordable housing and the displacement of rent-controlled tenants. We're also looking to bring Richmond in line with cities like Berkeley and Oakland, which already have similar protections in place. Next slide, please. When we look at other cities, we find some common threads. For example, clearly written disclosures, a right to rescind the agreement for a several-week period, and mandatory filing of those agreements with the city. Some cities go further, like requiring translation into the tenant's primary language or publishing redacted buyout data to track trends. Richmond's proposal builds on these best practices. Next slide. The Rent Board reviewed 3 policy options. Option 1 has the least oversight and few protections. Option 2 adds moderate safeguards like minimum payout amounts and longer rescission times. Option 3, the board's recommended option, adds the strongest tenant protections, the longest rescission period, and active rent program oversight. Next slide. Option 3 ensures that tenants are fully informed from the start, can change their mind within 45 days, and receive at least as much compensation as they would under a relocation scenario. It also gives the rent program a more active role in monitoring agreements and ensuring compliance. Next slide. One of the biggest concerns with unregulated buyouts is that they can become a loophole for sidestepping the Richmond Rent Ordinance and the Richmond Relocation Ordinance. Option 3 closes that loophole, ensuring buyouts can't be used to avoid tenant protections and the rights that would otherwise be afforded through the Relocation Ordinance and corresponding compensation. Next slide, please. In terms of administering this new proposed ordinance, the rent program is ready to administer this ordinance. One of the first things we would do after the ordinance was adopted would be to create forums, host community engagement workshops, offer counseling to make sure that both the landlord and the tenant understand their rights and responsibilities. And we'll also be maintaining a database that would update the rent board and council annually to make sure that everybody's informed about what the landscape is in terms of buyouts in Richmond. And just to be clear, buyouts are happening all the time in Richmond. They're happening without the city's knowledge because it's not required to record them with the city at this time. In terms, next slide, please. In terms of next steps, if the council directs staff to move forward with a tenant buyout ordinance and provides guidance on the preferred oversight option, staff from the City of Richmond and the Richmond Rent Program will collaborate to develop a comprehensive work plan. First, we would have collaboration between the City Attorney's Office and the Rent Program's General Counsel, working together to draft the proposed ordinance language. Second, the Rent Program and Community Development staff will be working together to lead community engagement efforts. So, for example, we plan on holding several community workshops to allow both tenants and landlords and tenant advocates and real estate professionals and property managers to come to these meetings and express their concerns about the options provided to the board and to the council. We will be doing one meeting in the afternoon and 2 in the evening. We will be providing childcare and Spanish translation as well. And we will also be offering both in-person and Zoom options for those community engagement efforts. Finally, staff from multiple departments, including the Community Development Department, Internal Services or Central Services, the City Manager's Office, of course, the City Attorney's Office, and the Rent Program will work together to plan for the implementation and ongoing administration. The tenant buyout ordinance would be a City of Richmond ordinance that would be administered by the Rent Program. So continued collaboration between the city and the Rent Program will be essential to ensure its successful development and implementation. Next slide, please. So the recommended action tonight is to receive a presentation on the various oversight options for a tenant buyout agreement, ordinance, and regulations, including the Rent Board's recommended option 3, high level of oversight, and direct the City Attorney's Office to work with the Rent Program to draft a tenant buyout agreement ordinance incorporating the high level of oversight feature contained in policy option 3, and work with the Community Development Department to conduct tenant and landlord community engagement to inform the proposed final ordinance. And with that, and a sip of water, myself, Fred, and Lena are available for any questions you may have.
We'll begin with public comment. Do we have any?
We do not have any in-person speakers, nor do we have anyone that has their hand raised online.
Okay, in that case, Public comment is closed, and it comes to the council. Councilmember Bana?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm very happy that we are having such an ordinance. It'd be very useful. I just have some quick questions. What prompted it?
So we actually originally brought this to the rent board in 2019, and they approved the high oversight policy option 3. During the pandemic, we put that ordinance on hold because we were dealing with the pandemic for about 3 years, 2.5 years. And so we've reinstituted our efforts over the last year and a half to bring it back to the board because we had a brand new board, so we had to reintroduce the concept to them, get their approval again, and now we're here. So really, the reason it's in front of you is because we are doing our best to align both city and rent board policy around buyouts with the policies that exist in sister jurisdictions in San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley. Pretty much every rent control jurisdiction has a tenant buyout ordinance, and Richmond is one of the last that doesn't. So we're finally bringing it to Richmond.
I assume you have some data on tenants. How about landlords? Do we know how many corporate landlords we have versus mom and pop landlords?
We do have that data. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me right now, but that's something we can provide to the council if
Yeah, you can
requested,
email
yes.
it to us.
Sure, we can certainly do
Would be
that.
appreciated. So is there going to be any differentiation between the two type of landlords? For example, if somebody wants to move into Richmond and live in the unit that was rented before and it's, make it their primary residence versus a corporate owner who wants to raise the rent, there should be some, leniency towards the former. Are we going to consider these kind of things?
So that is part of the reason why both Lena and I had conversations about the importance of involving some of the smaller property owners in the process by having community engagement events and getting their input, making sure that their concerns are heard. You are correct that the motivation for offering a buyout differs depending on the circumstances. So if you're a small property owner and you want to avoid, for example, doing an owner move-in and the paperwork associated with that and the legal wrangling associated with that, well, you can offer a buyout to the tenant that's there in lieu of going through that process. So that is certainly, that's one reason why some landlords may choose to do a buyout offer or make a buyout offer. And you're correct, it could be maybe a corporate owner is interested in raising the rent, so they may offer a buyout to a lower rent paying tenant to get them out so they can reset the rent to market. So that is 100% true that there's various motivations for why buyouts are offered, and we plan to bring these issues and concerns to the community, and then bring whatever we hear from the community, bring it back to the board and the council prior to making a final policy recommendation.
Thank you. So I strongly hope those categories would be treated differently. You may remember resident from my district who had a duplex kind of situation, and his mom was old and disabled, and he wanted to bring his mom to live in his own house in the other part, and couldn't get the tenant move out. He was crying at some point and said he had to sell the property because he had to be taking care of it and wanted to be close, children close to grandma, and there was no solution. So I'm glad we are making effort to, remedy such situations. Do we have any data of our vacant rental units in the city?
I'm not sure, when you say vacant rental units,
Like units that were rented before, but not anymore?
Well, so I don't believe we have data on actual vacant rental units. What we do have is data on units that have come in and out of the rental market. So for example, there are a lot of single-family homes. and
That's what I meant.
Okay,
Sorry,
okay.
I didn't phrase it
Yeah,
properly.
okay.
By vacant, I meant landlords who chose not to rent it anymore due to the strict policy in the city of Richmond. There's a rumor that many people don't rent their properties because they're not happy with the ordinances we have in place. So I wonder if there is any data to substantiate or, just rebuke that.
There is data that we can send to the council regarding units that go in and out of the rental market. And most of them are single-family homes and condominiums. They're not rent controlled. They are covered by the just cause for eviction protections built into the ordinance. But what often happens is you have a single-family home or a condo that was owner-occupied. The owner decides to move out for whatever reason and rent it out. And then at some point, they decide to sell the condo or the single-family home, and it creates that situation, oftentimes where buyouts are offered. But yes, those types of properties go in and out of the rental market regularly. And we do have data on those requests to claim an exemption from the rent ordinance, for example, claiming owner occupancy rather than renting it. So we do have data on that we can provide the council.
Thank you. And last question, why is city's knowledge is important? Like if the tenant is informed of their rights and they choose to make an agreement with the landlord directly, why does the city have to know? There must be a good reason I'm not aware of.
So first of all, for example, option 3 requires there to be a notice of or disclosure of tenant rights. You have a right to rescind within a certain amount of time. You have a right to a certain minimum payout. You have a right to seek legal counsel or seek counseling from the rent program to learn more about your rights. Making sure that there's transparency up front is important to ensure that you don't have these situations where tenants feel pressured to take an agreement either because of financial reasons or because there's a power imbalance in the landlord-tenant relationship, or because they just aren't even aware that they may have rights under a tenant buyout ordinance that would exist. So it's really important to make sure that there's that transparency up front to avoid unnecessary displacement without reasonable compensation for that displacement. We have examples of landlords who would try to offer a very low buyout and see if the tenant will take it, and then the tenant takes it and ends up with a couple, $1,000 or $2,000, and unaware that they may have not had to move, or that they had rights under the rent ordinance or the relocation ordinance. So it's important that we educate the public so that they can assert their rights under those laws.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing a draft of ordinance that looks at it in a very fair manner and considers the situation of a landlord too.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question. You mentioned about the buyouts. Do we have any data that shows how many? Because they're currently not, we don't have a system for it, but you mentioned that they were buyouts now. Do we?
We do not, there's no requirement, as you know, at this point to record or document the buyouts that are offered or that are agreed upon. Under a proposed ordinance, there would be a requirement, so we would be tracking those agreements, those amounts, of course, redacting confidential information. But anecdotally, I can tell you that our counselors council, tenants, and landlords on buyouts every day. It's a discussion that's involved. It's a nuanced discussion, often involved in what do I do about my difficult situation? I have a tenant who's, I want to evict for whatever reason, but I don't want to go to court. I want to reach an agreement with them. I want to offer them money to move. You also have situations where a tenant may be offered a buyout, and then they contact the rent program and find out that if they were to seek legal counsel, they might realize that they have a right to relocation payments under the relocation ordinance if the owner were to perform a no-fault eviction, for example, like an owner move-in or Ellis Act eviction. So we do anecdotally we counsel landlords and tenants on this on a regular basis, and they're happening all the time. Real estate professionals, realtors offer cash for keys regularly when there are situations where they want to sell the property vacant, and so they offer a buyout. But we don't find out about it unless the tenant contacts us, unless the realtor contacts us, or we find out about it after the fact and someone's upset that they got a bad deal. Or
Thank you. And then do any of this apply to short-term rentals like Airbnbs or?
No, they would not apply to short-term rentals because short-term rentals, as long as you rent for a multi-unit property for 14 days or less, it's not under our jurisdiction. If it's any type of property, if you rent for 30 days, then you just generally under state law, you establish a landlord-tenant relationship. But most short-term rental arrangements for them to not fall under a jurisdiction would have to be under those numbers, those days.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just wanted to ask, do you think it would be conducive to perhaps engage the community prior to passing the ordinance? Because I know you mentioned that this was sort of in the works prior to the pandemic, but you all, once the ordinance is passed, will start conducting community engagement and outreach.
Good question, and thank you, Councilmember Brown. We would be doing the engagement prior to adoption of any ordinance.
Okay.
So that's one of the things I was emphasizing to Councilmember Bonner is that we're seeking feedback prior to bringing it to the board and council for final possible adoption.
Mm-hmm.
We're bringing it to the council tonight to seek the council's direction to have the city and the rent program work together to start developing it and drafting the proposed language.
Right. Thank you. And also for the oversight, there's currently no oversight, and there's the tiers, option 1 through 3. Did we consider any gradual steps before we got to the hard 3? Because I'm just concerned about some unintended impacts on local landlords.
So the board held several public meetings debating option 1, 2, and 3. So there's opportunity for community feedback, obviously, during those board meetings. Excuse me. However, the board ultimately made the recommendation that they did, which was to have a more robust oversight of buyout agreements rather than option 1, for example, which has very little oversight. Ultimately, the board knows that whatever recommendation they make is not law. It's a recommendation that the council can consider.
Mm-hmm.
But we have engaged in community meetings through our board meetings to debate option 1, 2, and 3. But ultimately, the board chose option 3 because it had the highest level of oversight.
Okay.
And highest level of tenant protections.
Yeah.
And Councilmember Brown, if I can just add as well, is if the council decides to move forward today with consideration and us starting to draft, I mean, the public process may suggest some additional changes that weren't considered this evening, which we will present and package both to the rent board as well as to the council of community feedback. And maybe there is some refinements that end up looking more moderate. But I think right now, we kind of want to start with some direction and then let the public process play out.
Okay.
And so there may be refinements that come back for council consideration based on feedback.
Okay, thank you. I think that's helpful too. Also, I was looking and saw that like the relocation fees were like really, really up there. And so I'm wondering, like, are we considering any services for local landlords to help them navigate if they're unable to meet much of the criteria that's packed into option 3?
Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Councilmember Brown. When you say services for landlords, what were you considering?
Just to help them navigate the changes and if any of the changes could be probably abrupt to some of the landlords. Any unexpected expenses that they probably didn't budget for or something like that, legal services. Just, I know we are, we have our tenant protections, our rights and things like that, but just taking into consideration that we have some local landlords that are renting out and, making ends meet by, meeting the mortgage payments. So to have some unexpected reason why I need my property back, but now I have to pay upwards of over $20,000 to help someone relocate, I think is a bit extensive. So I'm just wondering, did we consider any options to help them navigate that process?
Yes, we have. The first is that built into the rent program's core services are counseling services for housing counseling services for landlords and tenants. So as part of the fee that they pay, the regulatory fee they pay, we have 3 counselors that can answer questions on the law and provide information without giving legal advice. We also, the rent board, in their wisdom, adopted a contract or reached a contract with Project Sentinel for $75,000 to have a 20-hour-a-week attorney assist landlords who need assistance with various legal matters related to rents and evictions. One of the things that this half-time attorney would be able to do, and we expect this person to do, is to provide legal advice on how to draft buyout agreements, provide boilerplate agreements, give basic legal advice, and limited scope representation for property owners who need that help. So we do have that built into our program, both our core services and this additional legal aid service that we provide for Richmond landlords.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? So I understand there's a public comments, or rather a community meeting process. This will entail 3 meetings with the community. And from those meetings, we'll gather data to make changes if necessary. And if not, then we'll move ahead with what we have. Okay?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, well, with that understanding, yes.
When do you plan to come back with the actual policy for
We hope to start community engagement in the next couple of months. So I expect it would be probably the beginning of the calendar year that it would be brought back to the council.
Okay, thank you. Well, I would like to make a motion to move the item as it is.
Okay, do we have a second?
Point of clarification. So I suggested that there will be 2 versions, one lenient for family members, and mom and pop landlords. Is that a part of it, or should I make it?
Well, they said that they were going to come
That's
with
what
the
I'm
policy.
saying. So just wanted to make sure I don't need to.
No.
Okay, thank you. I second it.
Okay. Roll call?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next,
Next item, we have a young person here waiting to speak to N6F, the service agreement with Contra Costa County Animal Services Department. I would suggest that we do that one first.
item N6F.
Yes, N6F.
I pulled it. Should I talk or should you?
Item N6F is to approve and authorize contract payment amount of $1,403,221 for the continuation of funding for the fiscal year 2025-26 Contra Costa County Animal Services Agreement, extending the service agreement by 1 year for the term of July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2026. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Mayor, would it be helpful if we provide some context on the item or?
Yes, and I see that that Assistant Chief Simmons is here to speak to it.
So I just want to add that before Chief Simmons goes into the detail that the new Director of Animal Services, Ben W., has been extremely helpful. He has provided his personal cell phone number in the event that we have an after-hours emergency. Chief French and I have conferred with him directly regarding some things that happened in our community that we want to work with him to address. Ben has also come to the city managers group. We meet monthly, a group of us in Walnut Creek, and has provided an opportunity to provide input. And he also hosted a conference call with us to go over the fees and the fee structures and let us know that he's moving towards a community policing model for service delivery. And so in my personal experience, having worked and participated in the county-wide City Managers Association and seeing the evolution of animal services, in my personal opinion, in coordination with the work that they're doing with Joybound, I have certainly seen an improvement in services and an improvement in willingness to accept critical feedback. And a willingness to partner both with with community-based organizations, local nonprofits, as well as police departments. So I just wanted to provide that context because it will be somewhat different than with the background that Assistant Chief Simmons will have based on his role. Thank you.
In the interest of time, can I just explain why I pulled the item?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So we do need animal services, and the service is very much appreciated. It's just that many people have brought up their dissatisfaction with the county animal services. And we have great nonprofits like Jellies and Joybound that the city is already collaborating with some of them. So I would like to recommend, and I hope some of the city council members, my colleagues here, support me, to ask if we have to pass this item in terms of the timing, we do it along with the recommendation that the city issue an RFP for nonprofit organizations to provide animal services. And I understand there are specific animal services that only the county could do. Like in El Sobrante Valley, there was a dead horse, suddenly died, and I understand nonprofits cannot take care of it. We have to go to the county for those services. So certain functions, but not the entire $1.4 million, could go to the county. That's my point.
I apologize. I'm sorry. Staff cannot support that recommendation.
Oh, well,
because we are not in a financial position. Our colleagues in Antioch operate their own animal control services, and that is with what we currently have on our backlog in terms of things that the City Council would like us to bring in-house. That is something we absolutely have no area of expertise in, and we are not, I sincerely apologize, we are not in a position where we can offer animal control services. And we have a number of grant programs that the City Council currently offers to the city, to residents, through the Department of Children and Youth, over $9 million. annually. And so we can certainly reach out to organizations that assist animals and that want to partner with young people and encourage them to apply for competitive grants. But we are not in a position where we can issue another RFP for other services. We currently have a backlog.
Well, the county animal services kills dogs and people are not happy with it. That's one reason. And there are other reasons they're unhappy. And we have received many complaints about it. And we have excellent nonprofits. It would be fair to give them a chance, even if we have to start with a small amount, like a couple of hundred, I don't know, a small amount of
Yeah,
services given to nonprofits.
Yeah, at this juncture, we're collaborating with Joybound. I do so personally, and they are providing services in our community for free, right? And we have other nonprofits that they have funding strategies where they reach out to donors. They receive donations from high net worth individuals, from anyone who wants to give money. So respectfully, I understand that there are concerns, but the local nonprofits have partnered with Animal Services to reduce the number of nights that the animals are in shelters, as well as helping increase the adoption rates.
So when would you have time to provide that RFP? In 3 months, 6 months?
We are not in a, I respectfully, I am sorry, city staff is over capacity. We do not have capacity. We are having a crisis right now with food distribution in our community, and we are actively working with Supervisor Joya to try to address that. That is our current latest crisis. Last week it was ICE. Like every week we've been having a momentum of crises. Joybound will be here on Saturday. I indicated that at the beginning of my weekly report. They are partnering with us. There's a number of local nonprofits that provide support, that provide food, that provide vaccines, that provide pet shipping. So we're partnering with them now to do the work.
Can I also just remind everyone that what's before you tonight is just the authorization of the county animal services amendment to the service agreement and not a request for an RFP that's not been agendized. So I think it's out of bounds for discussion.
That's why I'm asking the item to be removed and come back along with such an RFP.
And Councilmember Bonner, I sincerely understand that your heart is in the right place, and I empathize with your concerns, but respectfully, we are not in a position to take on that task. I apologize.
Yes, Vice Mayor?
Are you done with your comments? I just want to add and echo what Councilmember Bonner is saying, and I get it, we're at capacity. My goal would be to try to see if we can work with the current provider to say, working with our shelters that we have, our two great shelters, we have Jelly's Place and Milo, that are no-kill shelters. Joybound is a great organization, but they don't take in the animals.
Yes, they do. Yes, they
Where-
receive animals from various shelters and help them be rehomed.
Okay, I'm not
And
too
service
familiar with them.
animals and so forth. So but I think respectfully, right, I think, Vice Mayor, I would be happy to have a conversation with you offline about this, but with the item before us this evening, right, is a routine item that comes to the City Council where we pay our portion of the contracted animal services in Contra Costa County, where I'm happy to have a conversation around how do we better partner with local nonprofits as it relates to animals, with the understanding that we are currently over capacity.
Okay, understood, yeah, so if we can maybe have that conversation.
Yeah, I'm
and
happy
then
to have a
with the chief
conversation,
as well.
but I want to make sure that the expectation is not that we're going to be issuing an RFP.
Yeah, and
Okay.
maybe we'll figure out what the steps are. Maybe it's not an RFP, maybe just figuring out a way. Because a complaint that I heard a while back was that the animal shelter was declining taking in new animals because they were at capacity.
Yeah, sometimes that does happen. For all shelters, that happens, unfortunately.
Yeah, so for Jelly's Place and for Milo, they have other places that they can move the animals to. And again, it's a no-kill shelter. And the shelter was trying to, what I was kind of alluded to was that they weren't killing the animals fast enough. So they couldn't take in anymore, right? And that's kind of the bad thing to say.
Yeah, no, I don't want to,
So-
and again, they are improving and reducing the number of nights that animals are there because they're actually getting them placed in homes, right? So I will happily connect and share more information.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Then we won't belabor it. I know we have some public comments, but then we'll be glad to have more of this conversation offline. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Wilson?
Right, I just wanted to encourage folks to, if they haven't already, to take a look at the services agreement that's being proposed here. And you can see that sheltering animals is just one part of what we look to the county to do, and maybe even a small part of it. And looking over the things that we're actually contracting for here, there's no nonprofit that's going to be able to do this. Like here's a terrifying one. The county handles emergency calls, means complaints of animal bites, potential rabies exposure, attacks on humans or domestic animals that are in progress, or when a bite or attack has occurred when the animal remains an immediate threat to humans. So like we have a contract here with the county to go in and deal with some really serious stuff. So I think we should just go ahead and sign the contract. But I encourage, if you have ideas for having some sort of relationship with no-kill shelters, to bring that back as a separate item. But I don't think we want to hold up these services.
Yes, and I would also suggest that people who are interested have conversations with no-kill shelters to see what kind of budget they need and see what kind of help they would want from the city. It's something that's really complicated and difficult to assess on the spot. So I think it's time for.
I move the item as it is.
We have.
We have public
comment.
comment.
Yes.
Okay, public comment.
We have two in-person speakers. Anyone that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. In-person speakers are Veronica Ramos and Jamin Purcell. You have 2 minutes. Please come forward. Veronica? Press the button, Veronica. Veronica. My name is Veronica Ramos. Press the button.
In front.
There we go. Sorry. I am here in support of rescues like Jelly's Place and Milo, here to request that they receive funds that are allocated to animal control. It has been my experience that many people have a hard time getting to Martinez Animal Control when they find a stray. Furthermore, due to the increase of euthanasia, many people prefer to re-release the stray or to go by a rescue and beg them to take it. Other occasions have been that they have contacted animal control and animal control tells people, leave it where you found it. This causes not only a safety issue, but a financial burden on rescues, as these strays are often brought into rescues like Jelly's Place in need of urgent medical care and treatment. For example, my son and I found a dog about 3 weeks ago that, per next door, had been loose for a while. This pup should have weighed around 15 pounds, but was only 5.2, skin and bones. Julie at Jelly's Place quickly gave this dog fluids as it was unable to eat without choking. The dog was microchipped and owners were contacted. The owner came in the next day. Julie spoke to the owner and had it taken to Jelly's vet, and Jelly's covered the treatment and the vet fee. This is not an isolated case, and unfortunately with ICE raids, we anticipate an increase of strays, especially here in Richmond. Martinez Animal Control does not have the space to accommodate strays for this county. As a result, euthanasia is used for space, thus violating Hayden's law. I am here to ask and to beg that we need to do something. We have been down to the Board of Supervisors. We have been to Animal Control. We have a lot of rescues that try to pull these dogs. But once again, it's the people who have to pledge monies.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Jamin Purcell?
I'm just going to be very brief. That this has been a long-standing issue of having to deal with animals in this county. Our county services are not great, but we have had a very big difficulty to deal with stray animals, and it's because nobody wants to be the person to put down animals. And that is very expensive because you have to deal with it as a biohazard. And it is very expensive. It is not something unfortunately, I don't think we can deal with here in Richmond because it's a regional issue. This is something that we really need to be looking at as a wider issue than just something that the city is solely responsible for. But if we are going to be talking about how animals end up in the shelters, we should be looking at what we're doing to try and prevent animals from creating the litters that often are what end up in the shelters. People are supposed to be registering their animals. We should be registering the ones that are going to be able to be viable to have litters because they don't come out of nowhere. And this is a big issue. And I know one of our former council members, Nat Bates, actually was trying to work on this issue as well. But I do think that this is something that is a little bit larger than what the city can handle.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We currently have one speaker.
Lynette Fox, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, my name's Lynette Fox. I'm here to advocate and ask that funds be allotted to rescues such as Jelly's Place. In my experience in animal rescue, dogs taken to Martinez Animal Shelter are left there sitting in pain and illness because the shelter assumes they will be euthanized. And a lot of times they are. But why should they spend their last days on this earth in pain? It's bad enough they're taken off the stray list straight to the euthanasia list. I found, for example, bleeding in the park, which I believe was a bait dog, bleeding out his mouth, obviously severely injured. I took to Jelly's Place. They had animal control come pick him up, and they came right away, which they did, and assured everybody that he would be medically taken care of, but he wasn't. Or I don't know if he was, because I was lied to both times I called. I have no idea. I got two different answers. I called 2 times and got 2 different answers. So I don't know, but something needs to be done about this animal control badly.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Is that okay? Sounded good, right?
Do we have a motion?
I would like to move the item as it is.
I second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Abstain.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Bonner abstaining. Our next item is item N1A. And that item is to adopt a resolution. Hold on one second. Adopt a resolution authorizing submittal of the City of Richmond's Measure J Growth Management Program compliance checklist for calendar year 2022 and 2023 to the Contra Costa Transportation Authority. We do not have any speakers for this item. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Can I move the item as it is?
I seconded.
So there's nobody.
No speakers.
Roll call?
Can I?
We have a motion by Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
second by Councilmember Jimenez. Or Bonner?
Bonner.
Bonner? Okay, thank you.
I was going to ask for a process. Since the person's not here, are we just going to, can we just?
There are no public speakers.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe she left. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Robinson absent. Our next item is item N2A.
I believe it's N3A.
Oh, I'm sorry. Too many papers. All these papers. Okay, I'm sorry. Item N3A. N3A is to adopt a resolution approving a 3% annual cost of living increase in addition to the 2% minimum cost of living increase for the recipients of the General Pension Fund for a total annual cost of living increase of 5% for these recipients.
Can I move this item as written?
We have one speaker.
Oh,
If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. The speaker is Jamin Purcell. And, okay, he
I
declined.
second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Wilson
yes.
and a second by
Bono.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Robinson absent.
Thank you.
Our next item is item
They're like, they're still here.
N3B. And that is, N3B is to receive a city investment and cash balance report, monthly overtime reports, documentary transfer tax report, and other post-employment benefits and pension report for the month of September 2025.
Do we have any speakers?
No in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand.
And I move the item
this
as written.
time.
Oh, sorry, and I move the item as written.
Okay. No
Do we have a
speakers.
second?
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Robinson absent. Our next item is N5A. Is to approve amendments to contracts with temporary employment staffing agencies, temp position, and Apple One Employment Services to increase the payment limit to $150,000 each for a total amount not to exceed $350,000 for each contract, and extending the terms of both agreements to June 30th, 2027. We have one in-person speaker. We have two speakers online. Speaker in person is Cordell Hindler.
So, good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Hindler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So, I had a conversation with the HR director yesterday in an email, and she explained to me the temp agency. So, I didn't have no problem with it. So, I think it's fine as is. So, somebody move the item, seconds it, and be done with it.
I was our only in-person speaker. We do have person online.
And that speaker is Kevin. Kevin, please state your last name for the record, unmute yourself, and you may begin. Kevin?
Yes, thank you. All right, Kevin Tisdale, SEOU President, Richmond Chapter. Just want to, make a note of the contracting out of city positions. We need long-term, stable employment, not contract workers where they come in and go out, and a lot of times we have to clean up or fix kind of behind them. So want to just emphasize the hiring of, permanent full-time employees that benefit the city and the community much greater. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
All right. Since we have had comments with concerns over this, I think we should have a few explanations from staff about why it's important.
Yes, if I may, I would like to turn it over to Deputy City Manager Nikki Meste and Director of HR Sharon Taylor.
Good evening, mayors and city council members. We bring forth this amendment to you today. This contract has been active since 2022. We are asking for an amendment to add monies and time to this contract, just so that we can have a contract in place for instances where we may need a temporary assignment for very short-term purposes. I did confer with the unions. I conferred with SEIU in particular, and they did support the amendment. But of course, our goal is, as it is as the union, to, of course, employ people full-time. Therefore, we only use the contract when we are in dire need of continuing city services or continuance of city business. So an example was when an administrative person went out on maternity leave, if a person resigns and we have a very critical position that we need to recruit for. But again, they are short-term assignments. There is a long-term agreement with the Richmond Housing Authority, but that's due to the very complex critical state that the Housing Authority was at one point, in which we needed to bring immediate support in order to turn over units and to provide maintenance support. And as you're aware, the Housing Authority is in the process of being phased out. So that is the purpose of the temporary pool that we have. Again, they're on a call and they are not used on a continuous basis.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any comments from council? Yes, Councilmember Wilson.
Just a quick question. Can you give a couple, other than the ones for the rental authority? Yeah, sorry, housing authority. Thank you. Housing authority. Other than that, can you give example of some of the sorts of jobs that are being filled temporarily by
So
this?
we've used it for administrative support, like an executive assistant type role. We've used it for an accounting assistant type role, analyst for administration of benefits. Those are the most recent uses of the temporary contract.
And then how long, what's the longest anyone stayed outside? I understand that the housing authority is an exception, but
Currently, it would be close to a year based on the fact that there is challenges in recruiting certain positions. But I would say that is atypical. Typical would be 3 to 6 months at the very most.
Thank you.
I have another question. Of these temporary hires, have any been moved to permanent positions?
They do certainly have the opportunity to apply for positions. We're always, especially when they've been trained, we encourage them to apply for the full-time positions. I can't recall one in particular, but we've certainly used our processes to hire people through Richmond Promise or through employment and training and transitioning them into full-time positions, so that it is always our goal.
Yeah,
We have hired some code enforcement officers.
Yes.
Yeah, code enforcement, because those are difficult to recruit, so there has been a positive trajectory there.
Okay,
That is
fantastic.
true. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. So why these temporary positions cannot be used for issuing RFPs?
That's not an appropriate, generally for this type of, for the roles that we're filling, that's not the type of assignment that they would have. RFPs are usually, those are the skill set that's usually used to develop an RFP is usually an analyst level or higher.
But I thought you said it's like close to executive positions.
No, executive assistant.
Yes, executive
So
assistant.
executive assistants
Oh,
do
got
not
it.
prepare
Okay,
RFPs.
never mind. How about grant writers?
We
use
have an
it?
RFP, there is a grant writer list that the city council has approved, and that's being utilized by staff.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have anyone to move the item?
I move the item.
I seconded.
Roll call?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Vana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes. Councilmember Robinson absent. Our next item, item N6B. And that item is to approve the purchase of 35 mobile police radios, 10 mobile police radios for the motorcycles from Motorola Solutions in an amount not to exceed $350,000, which includes a 7.5% per contingency. We have one, let's see, we have two in-person speakers. And if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Would you like me to call the speakers? Would you like
Yes,
me to call the
please.
speaker? Okay, the in-person speakers are Jamie Purcell and Ben Terrio. Please come forward.
Microphone.
Sorry. Well, I would just ask that you move the item. I think that we should not be fighting this, but I didn't know who was pulling it. But I think that this is a good thing.
Ben Terrio.
Ontario, President of the Richmond
Microphone.
Police Officers.
Microphone.
Press the button for.
Yeah.
That work?
Go.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. That's all good. Ontario, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. We're supportive of this item, and it's part of the regional plan and also for protecting of victims' information from the radio transmissions that occur. I think concerns that probably pop up from this have to do probably with transparency, if I had to guess. And it's really not something that's an issue. What the police department does, the information that's transmitted, if it's going to be something that can be put into a place that is publicly available, can be provided. And everyone in the region has gone to this. And I will say, personally, from working and supervising officers in the field, there are several times that we've had, serious situations. I can think of one in particular when a police pursuit of a shooting suspect up in Hilltop, probably early 2024. Several times we tried to stop the vehicle with our stop sticks. These are the devices that we throw underneath the tires to stop vehicles' movement. And during the course of this pursuit, I think it was either 2 or 3 times, the vehicle just magically knew where we were at, where we were trying to set up and deploy these stop sticks to terminate, to bring the pursuit to a peaceful conclusion. Subsequently, at the end of that pursuit, when they finally, fortunately just gave up, what we found, their phones were open and they had these scanner apps open. So they're listening to what we're doing. That's a problem. That's a tactical problem for us on the, and again, this is not just, some type of nonsense situation. It's an issue for, again, this was a suspect vehicle involved in the shooting, had bullet holes in the car, and they didn't want to stop, and they were listening to what we were doing, what we were transmitting, and they were making turns and, avoiding our attempts to stop their car. And this is the type of stuff that's going to bring to an end. Again, probably some of you probably don't care about that, it's like, oh, whatever. But if you think about that, if we apply it to victims' information, things like that that are transmitted over the air, because a lot of times things do get done in a free speak fashion, this will tighten that up, and folks can still get access to the information that they're looking for after the fact. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker.
And we have 3 speakers online. Those speakers are Oscar Garcia, Philip Rosenthal, and
One moment, Sabrina. We need assistance from the police officers so we can lock the election box. Sorry. Yes.
Yes, they have to collect the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
And those 3 online speakers are Oscar Garcia, Philip Rosenthal, and Sarah Cantor. Oscar, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Oscar Garcia, and I'm president of the 23rd Street Merchants Association. I was asked by several merchants to make a comment on this item. They appreciate having their information being protected, or in this case, encrypted, whenever making calls to the police department. especially in light of recent incidents involving area smoke shops. There's definitely a lot of customers and business owners that are nervous about the nearby smoke shops, and they feel comfortable knowing right now that their information is encrypted, and that needs to continue. And that also goes for our community that is affected by domestic violence. Folks, victims of domestic violence, they need to be able to feel comfortable calling the police, and hopefully that will continue. And lastly, our undocumented community, they're feeling very targeted right now. And so we really need the police department to be able to receive calls from all of our residents, including the undocumented community. And so having that encrypted is especially important for them. So please approve this. It's my understanding a similar request was already approved for rock. So hopefully this will be approved in a similar manner. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Philip Rosenthal. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm going to bullet point my support for the approval of these encrypted radios with the following 5 quick points, some of which I'm repeating. The first of which is that battered and children and adults need to feel comfortable that they have anonymity without the fear of retaliation from their abusers. The second one is that immigrants who are already statistically highly unlikely to report crimes that are committed upon them or that they see need to feel comfortable that they can report these without the broadcasting of this information to ICE or anyone else who is anti-immigration or anti-immigrant. The third is general reporting by the community. People need to feel comfortable that if they see, for example, in our community, extensive drug dealing all day, every day, on every corner, that they can call that in without retaliation from the drug dealers. That includes myself and the awareness of the drug dealers about who's reporting them. The fourth is that the drug dealers need not be warned that the police are on the way. It gives them time to scatter. And the element of surprise and the element of being able to catch people in the act is a requirement to stop drug dealing. And finally, and most glaringly, if we are the only city in the area that broadcasts the whereabouts of criminals so they can run away, we are going to attract those criminals because they know they will always have a head start in the city of Richmond. And that would be a bad type of magnet program for us to follow. So please, let's get these encrypted radios to protect everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Cantor. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, this is Sarah Cantor. So just for transparency, I'm the one who asked for this item to be pulled. I think that it's important to have a discussion in front of the public about encryption of dispatch. So wanted to address a few points based on what I've heard so far. The circumstance that Mr. Terrio was describing of, a target of a police chase listening in to all of the movements of the officers. That is not what's up for discussion here. All police channels other than dispatch have been encrypted for quite a while. So this is just about encrypting dispatch, not about communications between officers. And I want to say that I share the concerns about personally identifying information being shared. This is not having calls that are made to 911 be broadcast over police scanners. It's just what the dispatchers are telling to the police officers. Having this transparency is really important for the media and for accurate reporting and following of what local agencies are doing. And so like I said, I really share the concern about personal identifying information and know that different jurisdictions have dealt with this issue in different ways. So many have dealt with this issue by encrypting dispatch, and others have dealt with the issue by limiting the amount of personally identifying information that is shared over dispatch and communicating that information in a different way. So I'm not fully opposed to this, just want to hear a discussion.
Thank you, and your time has expired. The last speaker is Claudia Citrion. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Here. I'm speaking on the consent calendar item regarding encrypted communication. I'm glad it got pulled and the community had a chance to speak. It's precisely this type of issue that must not quietly be approved without public discussion. Public safety tools, ATC, affect communication and transparency should not be treated as routine administrations. Consent calendars use is to use context suppress dialogue, avoid necessary scrutiny, and attempt to move critical public interest discussion through without debate. I want to really acknowledge that you were willing tonight to listen to all of us and to engage. I can see you took notes, and I appreciate that. I could see you paid attention, and I appreciate that. So I hope we can continue with the council keeping important items off the consent calendar, seeing how quickly items still can be moved. There are ways to do this where staff can be
Excuse me.
available.
This is
Oh,
about the
yes, sorry,
police.
I'm going back, sorry. I
This
urge the
is about
council
the
to
police.
agree. I urge the council to agree to with the encrypted phones, and this is taxpayers' money. It keeps our our community safe. It protects us, and it is a policy framework behind them. So again, I want to appreciate that you were willing to get items pulled like this one, so the community could speak. Dialogue is important. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right. Go ahead.
Well, good evening, Mayor. Welcome back to the United States. Hopefully you had a wonderful trip overseas, and City Council, welcome. So I'm here and available, and I brought with me Captain Stonebreaker and our manager who's in charge of our communication center, who's actually been working with this program for a couple of years now, actually, Yvonne. And so if there's any questions that you have, we're actually here to answer them. And just our understanding that we're here to answer questions about the purchase of the additional radios. Back in 2023, council approved moving forward with the encryption process. And then again in 2024, approved it with code enforcement and then reiterated the approval with the ROC. So I guess I want to make sure I'm staying on task with what I'm here to answer questions.
Yes. There was a statement made that this was only for dispatch, but their police radios, mobile police radios, intend for motorcycles. So will these radios also be used for communication between police car and motorcycles?
Yes. So the encryption radios are portable handheld radios. Radios that go into our cars and radios that are on our motorcycles, so that we can communicate with dispatch with the eBricks encryption program that's through Contra Costa and Alameda counties.
Right, but you'll also be able to communicate from police car to police car with
Correct.
these? Okay.
Yes.
All right, then. Any other questions? Councilmember Urbana? No. Go ahead.
So there is some concern about transparency. How is transparency going to be addressed? I remember we had some email exchange. I think it'd be useful if you share it.
Yeah, so for some time now, and this is not necessarily a widely publicly known portal of transparency that we use, but for the last 2 years, on our police department website, you can go to the police transparency section, and listed in there, we list Every single call for service we go on is published the next day. So right now you can go on and go back 2 years and look at the exact day you want to look on, and you will pull up a list of every single call for service, but it's presented in a manner that complies with CGIS and complies with CLETS and complies with state privacy laws, where instead of giving somebody's particular address, it gives the block and the street, but it gives the type of call. It even gives the clearance, like how was that call cleared? Was there an arrest? Was it cleared? We couldn't locate it. Was it cleared? And then on top of that, we go one step further and we also publish every single crime report that we take. 2 separate categories, and you can choose either category you want to look at. So if you're wondering, hey, the police were on my block yesterday at whatever time, the next morning you can go onto our website, you can pull the report, and you can see exactly what happened on your block. And if a crime report was taken, what the disposition of the call was. So we put that stuff out on the regular. It's automatic. It happens through an algorithm with our CAD system that it's populated and published on a regular basis. So we do that for transparency's sake. The other thing that we're doing, and this is a commitment I recently made to one of our, I think that was mentioned about the media, having timely, like something sooner than that. One of the issues is we have to make sure that the information we're producing would comply with state law. We can't give out personal identifying information. So we're going to be in contact with Mark 43, which is our CAD provider, to see if there's something they can do with our product that we purchase from them that would push out that report sooner than what it pushes out right now. I don't know what its capabilities are, and I can't make any commitments tonight, and I can't make any commitments to the reporter I spoke with, other than we'll engage in those conversations to see if they can do something that produces that report sooner than, I think it's like midnight the next day is when it's posted. So like midnight tonight, you'll be able to see everything that happened on the 4th, from midnight to, on the 3rd, yeah.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, encryption is to protect the privacy of victims, not
Correct.
to have their names revealed, and also to make sure that the police operation is not undermined.
There's that piece, and then, you know, one of the added benefits to it these days is, and I was in a meeting today actually where this came up, where in a neighborhood where a resident said that he had called the police to report something that was going on at his neighbor's house, and then a day later, all of a sudden his dog was poisoned, and knows that his neighbor monitors police radio traffic. We can't confirm. I'm not here to say a neighbor did that. I'm just letting you know the fear now that was created in that reporting person who believes that's how that information was learned. And I don't know how it was, but this also stops those kinds of fearful things from happening, where people understand they can call and report things. They can call and be witnesses, and not having a fear that they're being listened to. There are sites out there that actually record these feeds and post them, so you could go back and listen to days worth, months worth of information, and really sit there and articulate and write down names and addresses, depending upon the length in which you're wanting to go. And I think it's to protect that stuff from happening. People that are victims and witnesses and wanting to report things of that nature.
Thank you for the information, and your efforts to minimize that delay as much as possible is greatly appreciated.
Yep.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yeah, thank you, Jimenez. Thank you so much. I just, we got, and you got the same email from my next door neighbor about how, that, as you say, Richmond provide updates, but currently is 24 hours, as you said. One of the comments and requests is that it could be more like a real-time police call log, like Berkeley and San Francisco already do. So do you think that will be
Yeah,
thing that
Councilwoman
we
Jimenez,
can.
that's what I'm referring to when I say I'm going to talk to our vendor. So we have to work within the confines of who our vendor is and what they're capable of producing. I have to initiate that conversation and get them and get a meeting together and figure out what capacity and capability do they have. That's not something staff within the police department can do. We don't have somebody sitting here that's able to sterilize the information like that to make sure that everybody's address and name and date of birth. And so there's a service that we would have to have, and that would have to come through our CAD program. I have to find out what their capability is. So
We direct you to do that tonight because this is so important, probably for the council as well.
yeah.
It's not agendized, so.
It's not agendized.
The agenda is to purchase the radios, not to do reports or anything else. So that might be a different agenda
If
item.
if I may,
so-
we're happy to, just like the other item, well, I'll follow up. I've already sent an email to Ben about the 2 nonprofits with animal services. I'm happy that we'll work with Tim and see what we can accomplish and circle back.
Okay, that will be great. Thank you.
Yeah, but it was good to clarify that that information comes through the CAD 43.
Yes. Yeah,
So,
that's our
which-
records management system and our automated dispatching
Right,
system. Yeah.
which is involved with purchase of the radios, correct?
No, two
No?
totally separate
okay.
entities, two
Okay,
completely
thank you.
different things. Yes, sir. Yeah.
If no,
Councilmember Wilson?
Thank you for the information. So is just the dispatch radio transmissions right now for Richmond fully encrypted?
It is fully encrypted.
As
yes.
of when? When did that start?
October 7th, I believe, is when we fully were able to switch over. We were prepared to switch over in 2023, but we had to wait for every city in Contra Costa and every city in Alameda County to be ready to do the same thing. So
Okay.
we had to do it all together.
So I'm brand new, to the city council as of January, wasn't here in 2023. So I did not know that there was a decision made about encryption in 2023. And it would have been helpful for me if on the agenda report tonight about buying encrypted radios, that it says, previous action, council action, no action. It would have been helpful to know that there was a decision. Can someone read to me what was authorized in 2023?
Yeah, I'd have to pull it up.
Yeah, if somebody can, maybe I can ask you other questions while somebody else pulls it up, because like I said, I wasn't
Yeah,
aware
here,
of that.
we might have it right here, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll be learning in the moment what our policy is on this.
This is from the council approved 2/7 of 23, the date, February 7th. And it's listed as O.6A, approved the purchase of 175 portable police radios and 150 mobile police radios from Motorola Solutions to comply with the California Department of Justice directive for an amount not to exceed $2,064,146.06.
And then the discussion.
Okay, so the department, so it's saying you have to comply with the Department of Justice directives. That says you have to encrypt personal identifying information, PII. It doesn't say you have to encrypt your dispatch channel. And I barely have learned in the last, 2 days, there are ways to encrypt.
Sorry, we're still getting into other stuff, but this is about purchasing the.
Okay.
We're going back into 2023.
I guess one of the things that they said is that they are purchasing radios that are in alignment with a previous council decision to encrypt dispatch. And I don't think there has been a council decision ever to encrypt dispatch.
Well, it was part of the original discussion that we were moving to encrypted channels because we're part of eBricks and in compliance with the DOJ directive, which is what we were moving to, which is why we needed the new radios.
I mean, again, I'm getting a little bit in the weeds here, but like my understanding is the DOJ does not require encryption of dispatch.
So DOJ requires that we keep confidential personnel information
For sure. Encrypted.
Encrypted.
Yeah.
And that information is being relayed on dispatch all day long, nonstop.
So again, I'm not an expert on this, but the people who are concerned about closing off this, for 75 years, there have been people listening to dispatch transmissions, not just journalists, but, home hobbyists. Actually, I think most of the community people who listen to these are the probably the biggest supporters of law enforcement in our community. You know, they're really fans and supporters of your work. And for 75 years, we've had this sort of open channel of communication, and on October 6th, we closed that door. And I want to make clear that, again, my very limited understanding of this is that the Department of Justice said, you've got to buy these radios that, you know, we've got to close the door on sharing PII and unencrypted channels. But there are ways, I am told, to do that without saying we're going to fully encrypt dispatch. And so I think that this was there was a directive from the DOJ to close the door this much. And I don't think this is something Richmond did. I think it's a new acronym I learned. I think, the appointees who serve on the East Bay Regional Communication Systems Authority made a decision that we're all going to have fully encrypted dispatch in order to protect the PII. And I object to that because the elected bodies in all these cities never had this conversation that you and I are having now, and I'm glad we're having it now. And so this whole thing makes me very uncomfortable to have this. And by the way, like, I suspect after a long discussion of this and hearing sort of, we have journalistic oversight on one side and we have being extra careful with the people's identity on their side, I might end up supporting full encryption of dispatch, but I never had a chance to opine on that, and I think that's part of what I was elected to do.
Sure.
So,
Point
anyways,
of
I'll pause for
clarification.
now.
Point of order, because that was an agenda from 2023. We have to focus on the
Sure.
purchasing.
So
or not
I don't
purchasing.
want to buy these radios because I feel like it's supporting a decision that I'm not ready to make. And I might be ready to make that in 2 weeks after a presentation, but I'm just expressing my discomfort with it tonight.
Understood.
A point of clarification, if I may, Mr. Mayor, that East Bay Regional Communication District you mentioned is elected by electeds at the mayor's conference, Contra Costa Mayor's Conference. So they nominate themselves and they're elected, and that's how it's formed.
A couple of the members of that body are chosen at the mayor's conference, but there's also union representatives and a bunch of other people.
Right,
So,
right.
so it's considered it's a joint authorities board. Is that what it's called? Joint Powers Authority. But they're appoint. You guys decide who you appoint, but they're not elected by the public. Is my point.
Councilmember Brown?
My question was answered.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you. So I'm just going to read the agenda item because it does kind of summarize. We're going to purchase an additional 35 mobile units, 10 mobile motorcycle units, and this is in addition to the previous purchase of 175 in 2023.
Yes.
So because you purchased them in 2023 and you can't purchase anything without first coming to council for approval, it is assumed that council gave approval.
That's correct.
Fair, right? And I was there.
Yes.
I was the vote, one of the votes. So I want to just clarify that there. So this is just that we're adding more because we purchased additional vehicles.
We have additional vehicles and staff we've hired trying to restart our traffic unit, and they can't work, and I won't put them to work if they don't have radios to do their job.
So so I just want to make sure that I understand you. So if we don't purchase these, we're going to have potentially 35 mobile units and 10 mobile motorcycle units that cannot be out there in our community.
They won't be deployed, correct.
Because they do not have communication.
That's correct.
And communication is crucial?
It's essential.
Making sure, because there might be some questions. All right, thank you. And then speaking of communications, one of the things that I think we kind of heard from one of the comments, encryption, to encrypt or not encrypt, if it's not encrypted, who else has access to it? And it sounds like everyone does. Does that include ICE?
Yes, that would include ICE. ICE could drive around with their app open and listen to all of our radio communications.
So as a sanctuary city, we would inadvertently give access to them knowing what something's happening.
If
they
they
can just
chose
follow
to
us
listen,
around?
they could listen in, yeah.
Okay, so that's something that we have to figure out because we're a sanctuary city, we're not supposed to help, and this is inadvertently potentially helping them figure out something that we're trying to
Mayor, if I may, through you as the chair, if it would be helpful, because it sounds like there's a lot of questions, and I want to be mindful that the council is really trying to stay on topic. If it would be helpful, staff is happy to bring this item back at the meeting on the 18th and put it under new business and do a comprehensive presentation.
I can do it.
If that would be okay with the council?
Are you doing a presentation on purchasing the additional?
And if I may, just like I clarified
Because
for.
we already, sorry, because we already voted on the encryption.
No, we didn't.
So, yes,
We
we did.
didn't, no.
Years ago, we voted
No.
on purchasing the encryption
Well, maybe what we can do
radios.
is we can provide background, right? And we can document the administrative record, because I think it's a little difficult, right? Like, I appreciate that staff is extremely prepared, but I think now that we have an opportunity to hear some of the questions, we can put together a presentation for consideration under new business. And then if we may modify the language a bit in the event that we need to, just like we are going to for another item that I mentioned this evening.
Can I add that?
Hold on,
I'm sorry.
I'm not yet. So when do you need these by? If we don't approve them tonight, do we have officers that are not able to work soon?
No, it's not that urgent. Like, we don't need it tonight, no.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I make a suggestion that maybe these concerns about real-time information can be present or can be addressed and
Yes, we can certainly try to do that, and in the event that the vendor can provide that information, we can include it in the presentation, and if not, we'll make sure to inform the council that what's pending and what has been requested of them. So if that's okay, Mayor, we can bring it back on the 18th?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
November 18th.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And thanks so much for your time and explanations and your willingness to,
Yeah.
But there's another police item on the 18th, so.
next item?
Exactly.
Our next item is item N7A. N7A is to adopt a resolution to accept and appropriate the Sub-Regional Transportation Mitigation Program funds in the amount of $241,000 to the City of Richmond and authorize the city manager to sign the cooperative agreement with the West Contra Costa Transportation Commission. We do not have any speakers in person. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
We have nobody in person?
We do have one online speaker.
Okay.
Would you like me to call the speaker?
Yes, please.
Oh, the hand just went down. I believe he had his hand raised from a
We don't have any
previous item.
speakers now. He lowered his hand.
Okay, well then, if there are no speakers,
I'd like to make a motion that we accept it as written.
I'll second.
yeah, we have a first and second. Roll call?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda, Vice Mayor, sorry.
Yes.
Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Robinson absent. Our next item is item N7B. And that item is to adopt a resolution to approve award of emergency contract and final payment to WR4 Construction, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $42,740 and accept the Richmond Parkway Guardrail Replacement Project as complete. We do not have any in-person speakers. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. No speakers.
I moved the item as is.
I second it.
After I close public hearing?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes, Lord.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Robinson absent. And our
Thanks
last,
so much.
our last item, reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports.
All right, yes.
I'll make it brief. I would like to thank our fire chief, but before that, I just want to say that with what's happening in the city of New York tonight, there's new hope in a country that's being run by billionaires. People have a voice now. So very good times, very hopeful, bright future for all of us in America and in the world. I heard from a colleague in the city of Berkeley and also from Professor Goldner that they had successful testing of plants exposed to fire in Richmond. Just wanted to thank our fire chief for the great work they're doing. I wish we from our city council were invited too, but I understand the city manager is very busy. I'm glad they're doing an excellent job and just wanted to say thank you. Oh, the point is, right now, there is a discussion for zone 0 regulation. 5 feet around the house shouldn't be any combustible material, including plants. And some people argue if you water your plants and it's a lively plant, it won't catch fire. So they tested it. Plants that were watered very well and very green and lively, they do catch fire too. So this is very important for the regulation that's being discussed in Sacramento and will become, it is law, but the details will be formulated by the end of the year. So I'm very glad the city of Richmond played an important role.
All right, Councilmember Jimenez.
I just wanted to say thank you to Public Works and staff who is organizing the McBride Avenue Community Open House. Please join us Saturday, November 8th from 9:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. At Cafe McBride, 4921 McBride Avenue in Richmond. And the idea is that the staff, the city wants to know what are your priorities for the project. This project is from the Wildcat Canyon Regional Park to 37th Street. And I know that a lot of other community members has been talking about what happened from 37 to 23rd. And this is also something that we are working on looking how to do that. But we are starting with this project, and I hope that you can make it and join us in this conversation.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to excuse me, say that I had a really great time with all the various community events for Halloween. Just about every corner of Richmond was celebrating together in community. Starting out last Wednesday, the trunk or treat at the Hilltop Community Church. That was a great event, my first time attending it. And lots and lots of kids coming around, just going car to car, trick-or-treating. They decorated the trunks of the cars, and it was just a really great place, really safe for all the kids. And then that continued on Friday with the Point Richmond neighborhood area with Washington kids walking around the neighborhood collecting candy. And then the Santa Fe Neighborhood Council had an event at the backyard. 23rd Street had their event as well. I think it was pretty successful. I saw lots and lots of people out there. I'm looking forward to hearing what the count was. They were expecting between 800 and 1,000 people. So hopefully next year we'll be able to close the streets. Parkchester also had an event. But overall, the sentiment was great to see the community coming out and being together, not just for Halloween, but just being together. So I look forward to next year's event. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I just want to echo Vice Mayor, the Hilltop Community Church really outdid themselves this year. It continues to grow and get better. Also, I had the opportunity to co-host a community Halloween event, which was an extreme success. Also, thank you to Council Members Sue Wilson and Claudia Jimenez, who came to the Futuro SEIU, UHW healthcare mixer and enrollment event that we had here at the Chambers October 29th, which was an extreme success. That initiative was passed January 1 to help and support the first 100 Richmond residents. And I'm so excited to report that we had 58 Richmond residents in attendance at that event, and it was just tremendous. Also got a lot of great feedback of folks that were not able to attend. So now we're going to double back and do a Zoom event for those who have their reasons why they were not able to attend in person. So just thank you so much, Richmond, for your support. Also, thank you, California, for voting today and, dropping in your ballots previously and everyone turning up to the polls. This is one of my favorite times of the year when it's time to get to the polls and vote. Thank you.
And I guess I'm last. I want to express the wonderful progress that the sister city of Richmond and Joshan had. I attended the 7th China-USA Sister City Conference. There were cities from all across the U.S. Many of us spoke at the conference. And we signed a sister city agreement to exchange students. We'll be sending, the Bay Area will be sending 50 students to a university, a maritime university in Joshan, and they will be sending students to West Contra Costa Unified, to the Contra Costa Community College to learn English, and it's a chance for us to engage young people and make them aware of the process of governance. So that's it. And then the Joshan Sister City Commission will be doing a presentation explaining more of what took place on the trip. So with that, we will adjourn.
I was going to make a motion to continue the meeting till 11.
Well, all those in favor? I'm sorry, you didn't even get a second.
Ms. Christian was looking sad. I had to extend it.